And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We do have a tornado warning that has been issued for the southern half of Lawrence County. We now have a confirmed wall cloud just to the west of Mitchell. This is a storm that has a history of 1 inch to 1.5 inch diameter hail. So an impressive storm that we've been tracking now for the last half hour, 45 minutes or so, even a longer, slow moving storm. And I do want to show you where the storm is, where it's going to go, and the threats it brings. Easy to see with live Doppler 13 radar. We do have a little hook here. That's the reason the National Weather Service has gone tornado warning, not to mention seeing some spotters in the area with that confirmed wall cloud. This is moving east near 25 miles per hour. If it stays on that due east path, the roughest part of this storm is going to stay just south of you, Bedford, but impact the southern half of Lawrence County, and this will include the area of Mitchell. This storm moving east at 25 does have a history of large hail with this, and obviously with this hook showing significant signs of some rotation at this point. I am going to do a track on this to show you where the storm is now, where we expect it to go over the next hour or so. Moving east, I'm going to track the leading edge of this cell. So we'll go here, not necessarily where it's rotating, but the leading edge as it moves due east at 25 miles per hour. That will put it into Mitchell in about a half hour or so. So this will move directly across the southern half of Lawrence County and impact Mitchell between now and, where are we? A little before 7 o'clock, between now and about 7:30 or 8 o'clock. A fairly rural part of Lawrence County, but again, this is not very far from the city of Mitchell. Tracking the leading edge of this as we move off to the east at 25, this again will stay just to the south of Bedford. It is one of a couple of storms that we're tracking now across the southwestern part of the state. They've issued another tornado warning for this storm that is just to the southwest of Crane. So not familiar with the southwestern part of our area. This is southwest of Bloomington. Here is Highway 50, and this is a storm that has been impacting the southwestern corner of our area now for the last hour or so. So we'll come out a little bit. There's the area of Bloomington. So for now, the severe threat, at least immediate threat, is southwest of Bloomington, southwest of Ellisville, south of Spencer as well. So there's Bloomington, here's Brown County, there's the city of Columbus. What's highlighted here in pink is the tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock. So we're on with you on WTHR and WTHR Plus due to a tornado warning for Lawrence County. This will go until 7:15. So we expect it to impact the city of Mitchell in the next 15-20 minutes. This does give you time, southern half of Lawrence County, to get into the safest part of your home. We talked about this during the early evening newscast, maybe around the dinner table when we are under the threat of severe weather. It's a good time to perhaps talk about what we do in the event of severe weather and then be able to move quickly once warnings are issued. So that's one of a couple of tornado warnings for the southwestern part of our area. That is for the Mitchell area, and then this is going to be for Daviess County until 7:15. So we have a couple of storms that have the potential of producing tornadoes at this point. Tornado watch was issued shortly after 5 o'clock this evening, and we do anticipate additional storms as we head into this evening. We'll come out just a little bit because I do want to show you the bigger view. So obviously we've got a couple of tornado warnings locally. Here's the tornado watch that extends from southwestern parts of our state through the central and southern sections of Illinois to just west of St. Louis. Increasing severe threat in this area, and we do anticipate additional storms to develop as we're tracking a warm front. So it's been cooler today, not as muggy as yesterday, but we also have just south of that boundary a lot of moisture, a lot of mugginess, and there's just enough of a wind shift along this boundary that gives us that spin in the atmosphere, which is the reason Storm Prediction Center went tornado watch on this area until 11 p.m. And easy to see with our local radar that this one does have some rotation with it. So I'll bring you back to a local view and we will go south. Just keep in mind, a good part of central Indiana is clear. We don't expect it to stay that way all night. If we get additional storm development, we expect an increase in coverage, and then all of this will start to lift north as the front lifts north, as that warm front, that triggering mechanism for these thunderstorms that may produce tornadoes. We expect it to go from south to north across our area between now and 2 a.m. That's something we were talking about during the early evening newscasts. And so even though a good part of the area is dry now, we don't expect it to stay that way. The storm that we're tracking right now does have a history of large hail, inch and a half in diameter. So think golf ball size hail. And where we get the higher returns, here this area in black indicates that large hail potential. That's just north of the little hook or the rotation. This is going to move across the move east across the southern half of Lawrence County. So heads up Bedford and Mitchell. And if you live in the rural sections of Lawrence County and you're familiar, say, with Mitchell or Bedford, now is the time to be in the safe part of your home away from windows and doors. A couple of other features we have with live Doppler 13 radar, we're able to pick up on that hail core, and that's exactly where that area of almost purple or black was showing up on radar, and that is crossing the county line now into western Lawrence County. It is still just to the west of Mitchell. In terms of rotation, we can also show you that with the shear detector, and anytime we get these little blips showing up indicating to us that there is rotation, and even if it isn't producing a tornado, this indicates to us that there is that wind damage potential as this storm moves from west to east across the southern half of Lawrence County. So Daviess County under a tornado warning as well. Lawrence County, our tornado warning that includes our viewers here in central Indiana. That also goes until 7:15. So we've got 20 minutes on this tornado warning, and we will see how this holds together if in fact it produces anything. Meteorologist Sean Ash with us this evening as well. Sean, I know when we got on, you said confirmation of a wall cloud. Any additional information coming in from some spotters in the area or the public?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that yet. I will tell you that the hook echo moved right over the town of Huron. The rotation with this is not as tight as it was, but this thing is still showing the very large hail. And I can tell you that hail core right now is moving right along the East Fork of the White River north of Huron. So that's going to put it over the Port Williams Church and Cemetery, the historic Williams Covered Bridge. That's going to be in the large hail. Now we're looking at the hook echo with this on live Doppler 13 radar, and I've got this quad box up because I want to try to show you as much information as possible all at once. The upper left of your screen, that's showing us where it's raining the hardest, or in this case, hailing the hardest. The storm relative velocity is where we look for the inbound and outbound winds, and our shear rate detector has gone down a little bit, Angela, compared to where it was. I want to take you back a little bit and show you how this thing peaked out over the town of Huron. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any damage out of the town there. You see that little spike in the shear rate. So still a dangerous storm and potentially a destructive storm because, as you mentioned, has had a history of golf ball sized hail. This is the same cell that moved through Lagodi and Shoals. In between there is where we had multiple reports of golf ball sized hail. If you're watching us in Bedford, you are not in the tornado warning polygon. This is more of a slow east mover, but the towns of Bryantsville, Hartleyville are within the polygon. Now the radar velocity is not nearly as tight as it was, but the rotation, and I'll show you here, is right here, north, again, north of Huron. Let me zoom in on this and we'll show you. So there's Port Williams Road, there's Sandstone Road, okay? So if you're familiar with that, if you're watching us there in Bryantsville, Kings Ridge Road, rather, the rotation's moving toward you. Probably once we get our new scan, I think that rotation's going to be pretty close to the town of Bryantsville there. There's a lot of forest area in this particular tornado warning polygon, but we also have some communities that are going to be impacted this. So if you can, please get in your safe spot. If you have some friends and relatives that are in Lawrence County, hopefully they got the alert on this. Again, Bedford, south of you for this tornado warning. It is radar indicated rotation. Huron, I can give you the all clear now in terms of rotation. Same thing goes for Willow Valley and Dover Hill. This is the hook. We've lost the hook on this too. And what will happen, Angela, as these cells move north and northeast gradually, they get away from the warm front. So they'll lose some of their rotation characteristics initially, but we're probably going to see additional storms developing downstream here. So we will have, I suspect we're going to get some additional warnings out of this. And there's the tornado watch, by the way. So Bloomington, no immediate threat. Brown County, this cell is way to your south right now. They're not moving very quickly. That's one thing that we should point out. This tornado warning will continue for another few minutes here, though we are at least seeing some improvements. And what I mean by that, we're not seeing a real tight rotation, but there's definitely still some hail that's going to be a problem with this.
All righty, and I want to come out to a slightly larger view. Sean covered all of the small communities in the southern half of Lawrence County that have been impacted and may be impacted by this storm. Mitchell, you are one of them, and you've got about 5 minutes or so to make sure that you're in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. I've also measured out over like 44 miles or so. This is moving east at 25 miles per hour. So that would put it to the end of the watch area, moving across portions of Jackson County, southern Jackson County, over the next hour and a half or so. Very slow movement to these storms, but the tornado warning for southern Lawrence County does continue until 7:15. But found it kind of interesting. If we measure out about 44 miles or so into Austin, that's when it would reach Interstate 65 south of Seymour. And if it's going 25 miles per hour off to the east or so, we've got about an hour and a half give or take, hour and 45 minutes for this storm to move across Lawrence County and then perhaps impact the southern half of Jackson County. If it continues to move due east, Sean mentioned it, Bedford, it's south of you. Brownstown, it may stay south of you and stay south of Seymour as well. They've dropped a little bit of that warning area. Sean cleared you, Huron, as the storm basically intensified right over you. It's now impacting areas just southwest of Bedford. So let's remove the kind of distance tool, we call it, and we'll do a little more close-up analysis of this storm. Tornado warning until 7:15. We've been monitoring the hail component with this. We've had several reports of inch diameter, inch and a half diameter hail, and a wall cloud, which indicates significant rotation within the storm. At this point, no reports coming into the National Weather Service that we can pass along to you as far as any damage. Again, a fairly rural part of our community, just now impacting the southern half of Lawrence County. It will track off to the east between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So Mitchell, again, you've got a couple of minutes before this storm moves your way. In terms of the hail component, we're still picking up, I know pink on pink's a little hard to see, but we're still picking up on that hail core, which is just north of the rotation part of this storm. And in terms of the damaging wind threat, we still have those spikes showing up. This is just to the southwest of Highway 50. Highway 50 goes through Bedford, But this would impact Highway 50 as it eventually moves from west to east across the southern half of Lawrence County. So this really is the only storm at this point locally that we're monitoring. However, in this watch area, the ingredients continue to come together for additional storm development. But we're going to wait and see how far north and how quickly does the boundary come where these storms are firing. Does it come all the way through central Indiana? If that's the case, we expect numerous storms to develop between now and 2 a.m. That's our main severe storm timeline threat. Sean upgraded today and tomorrow to weather impact alert days because of the threat of severe storms and the ingredients really coming together across the southwestern part of our area for rotating storms. And that's the reason we're on with you here on Channel 13 and WTHR+. We do anticipate additional storms to develop in this area over the next several hours or so. Right now, if we bring it out, again, you're in the clear, at least for now, if you are Bloomington points north. Severe threat, not immediate, but you can see what continues to develop in and around the St. Louis area and then points south. This is where we have, at this point, the greatest threat of tornadoes. This is where the tornado probability at this point is the highest, and that's across portions of Arkansas into Louisiana and East Texas. However, that tornado threat is not zero locally. We talked about it during the early evening newscast, that tornado probability in that 2 to 5% range, so it's not zero. We need to make sure we monitor radar closely and track the storms for you over the next couple of hours, as we do expect some additional development in this area. But if there's any piece of good news, it's that the higher probabilities for tornadoes are down to our south and west. Let's bring it back close to home. Tornado warning for the southern half of Lawrence County. That continues until 7:15 because of this storm here. I would keep a very close eye on this one if you live in Jackson County, if you live in Jennings County, as we are tracking this one off to the east between 20 and 25 miles per hour. And as I mentioned, it's about an hour and a half or so away if it continues to move this slow from Interstate 65. So here's Brownstown, here's Seymour, here's Columbus. If in fact it travels east at this slow pace, 20 to 25 miles per hour, it's about an hour and a half away from crossing Interstate 65 and would do so south of Brownstown. But Brownstown, Seymour, we're going to give you the heads up now that you'll want to stay with us here on Channel 13. WTHR+, as we'll be keeping an eye on the movement of this storm and additional storms that may in fact develop. This one has a history of large hail, does have a history of rotation. Nothing significant in terms of damage reports coming in from this storm, but you can see it here just to the west of Mitchell, and it's going to go in between Bedford and Mitchell with the rotating part making its way across Highway 50. So here's the city of Bedford, there's Mitchell, and there's the tornado warning that continues for another 7 minutes. By the way, while we have you here on Channel 13, and you might be thinking, okay, what is this WTHR+ thing? It's actually an app on your TV. So think Roku, Fire Stick, Apple TV. You actually go into the search bar, search for WTHR+, and then it's a download on your TV. So when we leave you here on Channel 13, you will get extended coverage as needed on WTHR+ that you might not get on Channel 13. We'll be streaming the radar. We'll be hopping on WTHR+ as we get additional warnings. Obviously, we'll be keeping you covered here on Channel 13 as well. It's just another way to stay informed if we get you back to regular programming on Channel 13. Kind of interesting, Sean. I thought we might have a few more cells at this point, but some of our analysis that we got in late this afternoon indicated it might be closer to that 9 p.m., 11 p.m. time frame.
Yeah, the boundary itself is still pretty far south. I will give you an update analysis. So rotation is not very tight. It's in between Bryantsville and Hartleyville right now, if you're familiar. This is kind of that real windy area of the East Fork of the White River, but still being warned for golf ball sized hail. We've had confirmation of that. The hail core, by the way, is over Williams, moving along the river there. And you can see in that lower right corner, that's the swath of large hail that we've had confirmed from Lagodi through Dover Hill. And you know, when we start talking about golf balls, that's destructive. So in addition to this rotation, this is a dangerous storm in terms of the hail component with it. But the rotation is not very strong. I suspect if this keeps up, we may get this thing switched over to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. As we dive in here, I'll take off the quad boxes real quickly. What you're looking at, that purple shaded area there, that is the hail core. Just south of that, right over Bryantsville, and along 50 there, as we zoom in, right? That's where we would have perhaps a lowering or wall cloud. We did have a little confirmation of that earlier. So, but that hail core is the bigger feature of this particular storm right now that has prompted that tornado warning, because it was, in order to get hail that size, takes a tremendous amount of updraft, and it was near the boundary, so it warranted the tornado warning. But again, as we look back at the rotation, it's not real tight, which is great news. But this thing is still going to have to lose its hail core. And now I will tell you, and there you go. So we are getting what we just talked about. So they have switched this over to a severe thunderstorm warning. Now that will include you folks in Bedford, and that will be for large hail. Let me double check on this. I suspect they're going to keep the hail going. Yes, they're going to go about a $50 to almost golf ball sized. So if you're in Bedford and you haven't already, you got a garage, you want to get your car in, I strongly suggest that, since this storm has had a history of large hail. This severe thunderstorm warning, Angela, will go until 8 o'clock with a little bit of a northeast movement at about 20 miles per hour. So this thing is going to, if you're in the Lydic, Inglewood, town of Bedford, if it were me, I would try to get my car in and get it covered as soon as you can. The hail core is just to your southwest there, approaching Coxton and approaching Riverview.
Yes, that hail core is close. I've got a close-up view of the Bedford area as well on live Doppler 13 radar. Sean mentioned Hartleyville and Bryantsville. If there's a wind component or rotation with this one, it is south and near Hartleyville. The hail core is near Hartleyville and north. And with the east-northeast movement, heads up Bedford. Sean gave you great advice. Let's get those cars in the garages if you've got one. And the new information on this is they did go severe thunderstorm warning off to the east, dropping the tornado warning for now. But just know this is moving in an environment that does have the potential of producing rotating storms and tornadoes. So oftentimes, even with the severe thunderstorm warning, those tornado sirens will sound. Those obviously are meant for outdoor use, but a lot of people inside hear them as well. And just know that you're going to need several ways to get warnings over the next couple of hours. Severe thunderstorm warning added for the eastern part of Lawrence County until 8 p.m., and this will include the city of Bedford. We've got another 2 minutes or so left on the tornado warning, so we're going to stick with you until that tornado warning expires and just prepare you for what is going to be what we anticipate to be a fairly busy evening. As we come out, there are additional individual storms developing across the southern half of the state. This, for now, is the focus for the severe potential. We do expect additional storms over the next several hours. We do expect that boundary that's causing these storms to eventually lift north and have an impact on a bigger area of central Indiana. Sean upgraded tonight to weather impact alert. Thursday as well. We go back under the threat of severe weather tomorrow afternoon and evening. And we talked about this during the early evening newscast. If you need some dry time, you'll get a little bit early tomorrow morning before additional afternoon and evening storms develop. And we are just in this very active weather pattern. And unfortunately, with that threat of severe weather. So tornado warning set to expire here in about a minute for the southern half of southwestern sections of Lawrence County. National Weather Service.
We're good.
Did go, okay,
We're good.
Did go severe thunderstorm warning. Just know that our coverage will continue as needed here on Channel 13. Don't go anywhere if you're on WTHR+. The radar will continue to stream, and we will continue to keep you updated as needed this evening. For now, back to regular programming.
Hey everybody, this is 13 meteorologist Sean Ash here on WTHR+. We are continuing coverage of not a lot of storms right now. I'm okay if it stays that way, but we do have one that has had a nasty history, and it's over parts of Lawrence County. It's moving into Bedford. And if you were watching us on Channel 13, we were telling you, go ahead and if you can, get your automobile indoors. This has had a history of anywhere from quarters, $50, and golf balls. So it has a long history of this. Technically severe thunderstorm warning, although I will tell you, at least in the last scan of live Doppler 13 radar, I have noticed there's a tightening of the rotation. So in this rotation, by the way, is coming across State Road 37, not far from Hartleyville, and there's Rabbittville. Okay, so in addition to the hail, and this is occurring in a zone that, you know, we told you that might lose the rotation, but could also get it back here. All right, so it's crossing 37 near south of Tari Park. The Roots RV sales place there, the South Lawrence Utilities. So it's crossed over 37. And it's possible that it could have a wall cloud with it. It had one earlier, the same cell. And so heads up there, the rotation will not impact you in Bedford. I will tell you that. The hail's going to. So it's one of those on the supercells. North of the rotation, you get into the hail core. But rotation-wise, Buda, Rivervale, heading your way, Lawrenceport. A little more of an east movement there. So this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, and this is why they issue that. All right, there's the shear rate, so it's kind of showing you what we were just saying, cleans up the velocity image a little bit. But let me throw up the quad box real quick on this one cell, and I'll expand the radar out in a moment. But there you have it. So we can do all this analysis on one location. But yes, Bedford to Hartley, near Hartleyville, is where we're getting this hail core. All right, with the rotation that we mentioned. So if you're watching us in Buda, if you're in Rabbittville there, this is in parts of Lawrence County, Yawkey, you should be in your safe spots until this thing can get to the east of you. It's moving that direction too, moving east generally at about 25 miles per hour. We know it's loaded up with lightning as well. Bedford, it's going to take probably another 20 minutes or so before, if you put your car up, put it away. You can get it out there. But that rotation, to me, Angela, looks like it's tightening up just a little bit. And if that trend were to continue, then it wouldn't shock me if we were to get a new tornado warning out of this. Just getting a new report, by the way, of 2-inch diameter hail in Lagodi. So that is going to be a costly storm, unfortunately. But yeah, you're joining us here on WTHR Plus for this lone supercell. Let me take off the quad boxes. And what I'll do is take this radar, we'll take it back out in time just so you can see the general trend. And let me put the tornado watch back on so you can see that as well. That watch goes until 11 o'clock. It's for a very narrow zone in southwestern Indiana, includes Seymour, Bedford, Bloomington, Brown County. But I want to take this back. In fact, let's go back about an hour in time. This was a nasty, nasty supercell. Had a big hook on it. It's had big hail. And this thing has been producing hail for the better part of its life. The hook not nearly as strong, but still enough that it's prompting the severe thunderstorm warning here. So Medora, Brownstown, Austin, and Seymour should be watching this one as well. You're still under the tornado watch. But as we expand live Doppler 13 radar, for now we don't have a whole lot of coverage. Now, please know that trend, we do expect an increase in coverage as the warm front gets closer to us. For the metro area, however, that may not happen until 10 o'clock. So you got still several hours here. Obviously going to happen much earlier to the south and southwest. And boy, there's that hook. And that rotation is definitely getting tighter there, Angela. So we'll see if we get a new tornado warning out of this as this moves toward Buda.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out portions of Jackson County because you would be next. We highlighted this area during the early evening news, and Sean did as well earlier today at noon. The tornado probabilities low, but not zero, and where we have the warnings definitely developing in that area where the ingredients are in place for tornado or thunderstorms that produce tornadoes. This was the upgraded severe outlook, and we went from level 1 up to a level 2 in areas south and west, and this is for the rest of today. As we get into tomorrow, we're also under a level 2 threat for a good part of the area and another weather impact alert day. So you're going to hear us with that language the next 24 hours, alerting you to the potential for severe storms and making sure that you know your safety plan, where to go, when to go. Between now and 9 p.m., we do expect this to expand in coverage. Does it come this far north, this strong by 9 p.m.? Still a little bit in question based on current radar trends, but we do anticipate between now, 9, 11, 2 o'clock in the morning that we will have additional storm development and the potential for additional warnings as we head into this evening and the overnight. Chuck and Matt will have you covered early tomorrow morning. This is Thursday at 4 a.m. expecting some lingering shower activity, but also expecting at least some dry time as we get into the early part of Thursday. If you would need the dry time, you'll need to take full advantage of that. Here's the area under the tornado watch from Terre Haute to Spencer, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Nashville, and point south. So we'll dive into this area and continue to analyze the one severe storm that continues to impact areas like Bedford in Lawrence County. And you can see we've got some additional cells getting going south of Bedford, south of Washington, south of Vincennes. So when we talk about expanding in coverage and intensity, that is starting to take shape if you're south of Bedford. There's the storm that has prompted the warnings so far and still showing signs of rotation, severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. But as we slide this off to the east, there is Medora, Brownstown, Seymour. So Jackson County, this is your heads up, and we're giving you a lot of time because this is a slow mover moving east at about 20-25 miles per hour. So it's still about an hour away from hitting the central sections of Jackson County, but this is your time to prepare. Where am I going to go to protect my family, to protect my home in the event of severe weather? While we're on this view, the shear detector picking up green doesn't necessarily mean it's the strongest rotation that we've seen, but even when we get these blips of green showing up, damaging wind potential, whether it's rotating or not. Oftentimes when we see the green show up, it does verify with some wind damage. So a good thing to keep in mind. And this has a history of some wind damage as we go back, and you can see as this moved through, well, just south of Washington, through Lagodi, and now impacting Lawrence County, it does have a history of that damaging wind potential. Also has a history of some very large hail. The update we got from Sean was 2-inch diameter hail reported in Lagodi, and you can see as we put this on and go back a little bit in time, the hail production with this storm across parts of Davies and Martin counties and now into portions of Lawrence County. That is a real threat when we get hail that large. The severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8 o'clock this evening. Do expect some additional storms in this area, and eventually the movement of the line, if in fact it becomes a line of storms, to lift from south to north as the warm front itself lifts north. Here's the cell now in Bedford. The hail core Bedford is just to your south on a due east path. Medora, this is going to impact you. Fairly rural area, so if I attempt to do a track on this and nothing shows up, but you're familiar with this area in between Bedford, Mitchell, Medora, and Brownstown, then you know you're one of the communities that will be in the path. But it is moving slowly off to the east at about 25 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. So we'll track the leading edge, not necessarily the hail core or the damaging wind threat, but just to give you a heads up on the leading edge of when we expect this to move in. And again, it eventually will make its way through Medora into Brownstown over the next hour or so as it makes its path off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So this is just your early heads up into Medora and Brownstown as this storm moves east at about 25 miles per hour with a history of damaging wind potential and a history of large hail. We've seen the pictures come out of the southwestern part of the state, and a destructive hail for sure. The tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock tonight, does include Terre Haute, as we get into Clay City, Spencer, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Nashville, Seymour, Bedford, and then Linton and Greene County, and then southwest into the Vincennes area. Starting to see some additional storms develop south of the watch area, and then they'll move into a more favorable location, favorable environment, I should say, for continued development and continued severe potential. And the tornado watch extends out to our west into portions of Illinois to just west of St. Louis. And Sean said it, it's a fairly narrow area of tornado potential. But even outside of this watch area, we may get some severe storms late tonight or very early tomorrow morning. Already been in touch with Chuck and Matt to make sure that we are covered during the overnight hours, so that we keep you covered in terms of severe weather. When we were analyzing this earlier today, the greatest tornado threat was actually south and west. However, it's not zero locally, and we've seen that already with some storms producing some rotation into the southwestern part of our area. Severe thunderstorm warning for now continues into Lawrence County, and starting to see, Sean, a few more cells develop south of the watch box, which we expected some additional development between now and, say, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2 in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to point out. Just because you're not in the watch box doesn't mean that you're not going to have any storms at all tonight. And if you're well north, I mean, the farther north you go, the better shape you're going to be in tonight. The air's cooler, it's less humid, there's going to be less spin. But yes, within the watch box area, we're going to see additional storms develop here. And I didn't notice what you were saying here, just looking at that cell. Bedford, I will say this, we can give you, with this storm, all clear on the hail and all that jazz. You're still going to have some thunder and lightning. Rotation is not real well defined, but there's still a hook on this. It is crossing over the East Fork White River there, near Buda. North, I'll also say this, it's going to be north of Mitchell. But where we're seeing this kind of raggedy rotation right now is over the community of Buda near Rivervale. And there's a lot of, this is kind of in a river plain, if you will, so there's a lot of rural areas here. But this still is producing hail. I don't doubt that one bit. Probably at minimum up to the size of quarters. Let me show you a different radar perspective. I'm going to do our three-dimensional radar scan and just slice this thing in half. That's the hail core that you're looking at there. So that thing has to drop to the ground. So the wind blowing into the storm, it's very strong updraft. We're getting tops over near and above 30,000 feet here. So this still has some large hail, probably quarters or larger with it. And that's going to be cutting through the central part of the county here. Speaking of, I want to show you a few pictures we got in from earlier. Jay Martin, who's an EMT in Martin County. That was from the EMA building there along Highway 50 and in between Lagodi and Shoals. So that's going to, whatever that hits, that's going to cause some big problems there, unfortunately. Also want to show you the latest run of Future Track 13, which, as I look at what's happening now and compared to what's on radar, it's not doing a tremendous job. It does have some individual cells here, but as we play through time, keep an eye on the clock. So this is by 10 p.m. I think the trend in terms of what I'm noticing is for the boundary is farther south, which means slower arrival to the I-70 and 74 corridor. It's going to take a little bit longer for metro area. That will bode well for us. That might lower our tornado potential. And so sometime in the 10:30, 11 o'clock window into around midnight, should have an increase in coverage here. But it should be noted, Ange, that not everyone will have a storm, and not every storm that we have will be severe. But there's still enough ingredients in play that some of them will produce severe weather. I want to show you another vantage point of the moisture that's creeping up. So you probably have noticed if you've been outside, from Bloomington and Columbus and Shelbyville, it's much more humid than it was to start the day. But look far north. Still got dew points in the 40s and low 50s there in Muncie and Peru, and that will protect you from the severe component with this.
Well, what stands out to me is that 70-degree dew point. That's summertime dew point.
Well, that's just that. Yeah, that's jungle.
Yes.
That's the jungle stuff here. Yeah, and let me just show you the visible satellite. Sometimes it's nice to kind of see how this thing lapses. But yeah, I mean, it's actually very spotty in nature right now, very spotty for the coverage. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here after sunset. Obviously, there's some big action to our southwest, and maybe is that, we call that a mesoscale convective vortex, MCV, get technical with you. But as that gets a little bit closer to us, our lift may increase a little bit. The window of time, the window of coverage in terms of producing tornadoes, keep in mind, you have to have a lot of things come together to get tornado production. We've checked off a few of those boxes, enough so to, we said we'd have some rotating storms, and we've had that, and enough so that we did get at minimum, got a wall cloud, and we've had some big hail with it. So,
yes.
And there it is. Speaking of the hailstorm now, warning goes, severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8 p.m. And there's the hail reports, all the hail reports we had. And now we've got a new cell that's developing there in southern Daviess County, just south of Washington. So it'll be interesting to kind of see, what happens with these new ones that are forming in the tornado watch area. But there's the big one. It's been a long tracker for sure.
It has moved through Lagodi, so basically across the southwestern part of the state. I also want to point out a couple of cells not in the watch area, but fairly intense now. So Brownstown, Medora, Seymour, and the rest of Jackson County, we're watching you for the storm that is now just east of Bedford. History of large hail, history of rotation, but we also have a couple of new storms that have formed in the last few minutes that are lifting off to the north and east. So I'm actually going to back up radar just a few minutes just to show you. Yes, in fact, look how these develop just northeast of Paoli and then moving through Campbellsburg at this point. And these are lifting northeast versus the cell that we were tracking. I guess it kind of did move a little more north and east than due east as it came out of Lagodi and impacted the southern half and now the northeastern sections of Lawrence County. So that general east-northeast movement, just heads up, Medora, Brownstown, Seymour, you're under the tornado watch until 11 p.m. You've got a cell with a severe thunderstorm warning, history of large hail, history of rotation just due west of you, and additional storms kind of coming into play and intensifying just to your south with a northeast movement on these individual storms. And it'll be interesting to see if in fact this develops into kind of a broken line of storms and then follows the warm front as it moves from south to north as we head into the overnight hours. So we continue to stick with you here on WTHR Plus, a way to keep you updated on the tornado watch that's in effect until 11 and that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8 o'clock this evening. I am going to remove the laps. I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up on some of those new storms that are developing south of Jackson County. So Brownstown, Seymour, Medora, you've got a little bit of time, but you're kind of surrounded at this point with a storm west and a couple of storms just to your south as all of this is lifting east-northeast over the next hour or so. It will impact parts of Jackson County. A significant storm right now in the eastern part of Lawrence County. We will check the hail parameter, and it's a little stronger than it was the last time we looked. And there it is, east of Bedford now, right east of Crawford. So if you had hail Crawford, the worst is now east of you, north of Pinhook, but headed to Leesville. And for now, this is staying just to the south of Highway 50 on its easterly, northeasterly track into Pleasantville, So we'll cross the county line into portions of western Jackson County, but still a fairly significant hail core associated with that storm. And there's the hail swath showing the movement of this storm as it came out of Lagodi, east, slightly northeast track with this, as it's now, it moved in between Bedford and Mitchell. And on this track, Medora and Brownstown would be down the road in the next, half hour or so as it moves slowly off to the east. In addition to the hail, we've been monitoring the damaging wind potential, the rotation part of this storm. And in fact, it does have a history of that as well. When we started our severe coverage, had confirmation of a wall cloud indicating that rotation within this storm. And as we look back at it, this gives a really good representation of where this storm developed and the path of this storm. And then we can project this out in time on where it goes next and in between Bedford, Mitchell, and then headed into Medora and Brownstown. So this is your early heads up, Jackson County. We've got some storms on radar that have a history of large hail, have a history of rotation, and a couple of new storms developing near Campbellsburg and just to the southwest of Crothersville. So here's 31 and Interstate 65. The storms for now are just west of 65, but boy, still very intense in the eastern sections of Lawrence County as the severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8 p.m. Let's come out to a larger view because we're not the only ones dealing with this severe threat at this point. Come out and you can see across the state line these individual storms at times are prompting warnings. We've got a new tornado warning that's east of St. Louis with a storm in the central sections of Illinois, and then boy, up and down this line of storms. Mainly severe thunderstorm warnings, but embedded rotation possible as all of this area is under tornado watch boxes from just west of Memphis to just to the southeast of Dallas. So we go from parts of Arkansas into northwest Louisiana, into parts of southeast Texas, and of course locally the tornado watch that impacts parts of central Indiana. That tornado warning for parts of south central Illinois will go until 8:15. The one warning locally is a severe thunderstorm warning, but in a tornado watch, so favorable for a storm to produce a tornado with little to no warning. And that's going to be a concern with all of the storms that develop over the next couple of hours. A significant storm coming out of Bedford impacting the eastern sections of Lawrence County right now. We'll give you an even closer view. Some of the smaller towns that are dealing with this storm right now, and that's going to include Pinhook. If this one's still rotating, the rotation is near Pinhook and pushing just east to north of Fort Ritner, still south of Highway 50, but boy, the hail core is close to kind of intersecting Highway 50 at this point. And Medora, it is not very far away as we do this measuring tool, and this will give us, it'll show you it's about 10 miles from Medora. So that gives you, if it's moving east at 20, this gives you half hour at the most. So even though you're not under a warning, Medora, I would take this storm seriously. Make sure the car is inside. Make sure if the kids have been out enjoying the beautiful afternoon that we did have, that the toys, the bikes, everything is inside as the storm is going to enter the western sections of Jackson County here in the next couple of minutes and then be into Medora in about 20-30 minutes. If it continues to move off to the east-northeast at that same rate. So just kind of gives you an idea of where we expect the storm to go next. Just south of Highway 50 is where we find the hail core and the rotation. And boy, a couple of really intense storms developing south of you, Brownstown. Medora, again, you're kind of surrounded. You've got one to your west and you've got another one to your south. And these are all kind of moving east-northeast So Jackson County is our next area that we're going to be concerned with in terms of severe thunderstorms and the potential of some tornadoes. The rest of central Indiana, it's clear. We do expect some additional formation of storms. Perhaps these individual ones form more of a line that as the boundary lifts north, so do the storms. One thing that Sean said may work in our favor is loss of daylight. We've had a very active spring in terms of tornadoes, and if the severe weather has you kind of antsy because you've been impacted by these storms this spring, we get it, we understand. That's why we're here to get you through the next several hours. Just know this setup is not the same as some of the setups that we've had already this spring, but the ingredients are still coming together to support storms that may in fact produce tornadoes, wind, damaging wind, and what we've seen so far, some large hail out of these storms as well. Sean, anything new from the National Weather Service? Ooh, they've got a couple big ones south of Cincinnati. I know you've got family in northern Kentucky, near the Louisville area, I guess.
In the Ville, baby, in the Ville.
In Louisville, so those storms are east of Mom at this point.
Yeah, a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Lawrence and Jackson. This is going to be primarily for hail. I've got a track on the rotation with this, east at 25. That rotation, based on that track, stays south of Seymour, but that would put Seymour in play for the hail core, which is still likely producing quarters. And based on the radar, I would assume this is probably producing a lowering or a possible funnel cloud with this east of Buda, Medora, 802, Brownstown, 822, okay? Just about to tweet this out here. Stand by.
I can take
no, we're
over
good.
if you
We're
like.
good.
Okay.
But yeah, so severe thunderstorm warning. The rotation actually just dropped in the latest scan we got, but a few minutes ago it was tightening up a little bit. So yeah, let's show you the radar reflectivity here, because again, you can see. I mean, this is we haven't had supercells like this in a while. A lot of stuff we've had lately has been a little more linear, a little more HP, high precipitation. Some of the pictures I've seen from these cells, you know, these are nice little supers. I call them little supercells. They're not doing little stuff. We know we've got a long track of hail with these, but they're moving east. Seymour, right on the line of that polygon, severe thunderstorm warning polygon, by the way. And as you pointed out, I want to show you this. This is a 3-hour radar lapse, just so you can see how things have evolved during that time. And, you know, we always look for cellular storms. Those generally will have the greatest potential for rotation. And that's what we've had. We haven't really seen these congeal into clusters or anything like that. So they're on their own, and they're near that warm front. So they've got there's a lot of wind shear around. Now, likely what will happen in terms of atmospherically speaking here, and I'll get a little closer to this path, and you'll see these little dots pop up, and those are the hail reports that we've had. And just look at that movement. Now, what's going to happen over Jackson County is that we're going to get what we call cell mergers. And this thing's probably going to intensify over Brownstown and as it gets towards Seymour there. So do not be surprised at all on that. But I think what will happen after sunset, the tornado producing potential will start to go down. I did look at some of the modeling. You know, sometimes, and a lot of people ask, Angela, the last couple events we've had have been after dark, and they're, how does that happen? Well, you have to have a really strong low-level jet stream. In this particular case, I don't know if we're going to have that tonight. It doesn't appear that way to me. So then, yeah, we'll probably have some rumbles of thunder and downpours, things like that, or that will wake some folks up or keep them up. But we will lose the tornado producing potential. But until then, we still got time. And these are the cells. we're going to watch this cell merger happen over Jackson County. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this thing plays out.
That lapse is fascinating because the one we tracked went from basically southwest to northeast, from Lagodi into Lawrence County, and now we've got these two cells moving almost due north. So really fascinating environment in place. And Sean said it, these three individual storms coming together right over Jackson County. This is your time to take a few minutes to make sure everything is inside, the cars inside, kids' toys, bikes have been moved in from perhaps enjoying an afternoon outside after school and work, and know that we probably need to move it inside. Brownstown, Seymour, as these cells come together and perhaps continue to intensify. The storms have a history of large hail. They have a history of damaging wind potential, of rotation, and I tell you that lapse was really fascinating. I'm going to do it just on this, and you can see there's the storm over Bedford. It's moving now east-northeast, and it's all going to come together over Jackson County. So heads up, Brownstown, if you're watching us here on the stream, perhaps Facebook Live. Seymour, this is your warning. Severe thunderstorm warning in a tornado watch area, and the warning will go until, this is going to include Jackson County, until 8:30 this evening. So National Weather Service is giving you a good heads up. We've got 40 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning as it is just now coming out of Lawrence County, at least the hail-producing storm. And then we've got these two individual cells just to your south, Medora, Brownstown, Seymour, all under severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 this evening. So now's your time to get into the safest part of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. Let's check hail with these. Not a lot showing up at this point, but if we take you back, this really tells the story of the history of these storms and the large hail they did produce. A golf ball size hail in several locations from near Lagodi into portions of Lawrence County. So that's the hail, and then we can also monitor and show you the damaging wind potential and the path of this storm as it moved from Lagodi into between Bedford and Mitchell. Now headed right toward Medora, Brownstown, and Seymour at this point. So you do have a little bit of time, Brownstown, Seymour, Medora, not much. And in fact, we can show you why as we come in a little closer. There's Medora. So you have just a few minutes before this cell merger takes over and basically happens right over you. And then it will head toward Brownstown, most likely impact Seymour and Crothersville as well. So here's 31 at Interstate 65. This will continue to move east-northeast. The main cell merging with a couple of other storms that are moving due north, and this is going to come right over Jackson County within the next 15-30 minutes or so. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, and that will go until 8:30. In terms of additional storms, again, a good part of central Indiana is in the clear. Sean mentioned it. We've got the ingredients in place to support storms that produce tornadoes, but it's not exactly like some of the other events that we've had that produced multiple tornadoes, and hoping that that continues to be the case. So as we lose daylight, expecting to lose some of the potential of severity with these storms, but we're back under the threat of severe weather tomorrow, and just another day for a weather impact alert. Sean issued those upgrades at noon today. We continue them this evening. We'll continue them tonight and all the way through Thursday. It's the first big weekend of the month of May, and we've been doing a deep dive on the longer range analysis in terms of what's it looking like for Saturday, for the Mini. We've got Rev Indy out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's a sold-out event. And looked like early in the week that the system would exit. The system exits, but what's left behind is an upper level system that will be close enough to us that with the cooler air in place, it doesn't take much with to get a couple of showers or a couple of thunderstorms going. So not a completely dry weekend. At this point, we expect the majority of the rain that we have in the Friday evening forecast to be exiting by the time we get into the mini marathon. Wind may be an issue for walkers, runners, volunteers, and the cool air too. So with temperatures in the 40s on mini marathon morning, we're talking layers, especially if you're volunteering. You may even need a hat and some gloves if you're standing still. Now, if you're running, layers compatible with 40, 50-degree temperatures and some stronger winds. And that's something that we're going to nail down as we get a little closer to Saturday. It's only Wednesday, so we still have a couple of days to fine-tune that mini marathon forecast. And then if you're headed to Rev Indy, also layers. If you're wearing a fun dress, you may need a sweater or a jacket or something to go with that, as we expect temperatures for highs in the 60s, and we may be dodging a few pop-up showers and a couple of thunderstorms as well. So it doesn't get easy. Month of May is never easy in central Indiana, and it's the first big weekend. This is the big storm that we're monitoring. Hail core appears to have intensified just north of Medora. When we get this black or dark purple showing up on radar, really indicates to us that we've got some large hail. So let's show you where that is happening. That is near Highway 50 and just south of Highway 50, headed into Pleasantville, if not already there. So on its east-northeasterly track, that's going to, at least the hail core right now, with this cell, Medora stays just to your north. But Pleasantville and Highway 50, as this crisscrosses out of Lawrence County into Jackson County, that Highway 50 really is going to be the focus for the large hail. So Pleasantville along Highway 50, there's State Road 135, if you're familiar with that, that cross-section or that intersection, Highway 135 and Highway 50, hail core moving east-northeast, and right now looks to be headed right into Brownstown with a significant hail threat. Medora, at least with this cell, just to your northwest. But we also have this storm, Medora, that is moving more north, and it is also producing that potential of some larger hail. Still expect that merger of these storms that kind of come together right over Jackson County at this point. So heads up, Crothersville, you've got a storm. Medora, you've got one west and one south. We expect this to all come together over Medora and Brownstown with a significant hail potential and still maybe some rotation with this. And while we're here, we will check the hail. Yep, you can see that hail core, Medora just to your northwest. Not a lot associated with that one south of you, but still, as these come together, we may see some intensification with that merger of these storms. And let's check the wind potential too. Yep, an increase in that as well. So Medora, heads up. The hail for now, that big hail threat is just to your north with this storm, but that wind potential is right over you right now. So safest part of your home is the lowest level, away from windows and doors. We just encourage you to take these storms seriously, as we are in an environment for continued intensification. Let's show you how these have developed in the last 15 minutes or so. So we take you back, and you can see that cell merger is occurring. If there's one bright spot, this storm has intensified. The southern cells weakening just a bit. Medora, you've got a high wind threat locally. The larger hail threat appears to be making its way closer to the Brownstown area, so crossing Highway 50 and that Highway 50 135 intersection that is just west of Brownstown. So it's one of a couple of storms that we're tracking across the southwestern, I should say, part of our area. And they're all moving east-northeast. As we expand this out just a bit, boy, they've got a big one south of Cincinnati, so south of the Ohio River, and we've got a handful of storms, at this point not severe, but our severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County continues until 8:30 this evening. and which is the reason our coverage continues here. So there is Interstate 65 as you come out of Columbus into Crothersville and Austin. The cells are still west of 65, right now over Medora with the damaging wind threat. Hail threat is just to your north Medora, crisscrossing Highway 50, and on that path, Brownstown and Seymour look to be next, Sean, in terms of the larger hail threat.
Yeah, right now, that is the case here. So yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning continues. A little bit of a wall cloud with this cell, and this is the one. This has been the dominant supercell all evening long after it formed, and it's had this long track of hail reports. Radar rotation. You were trying to give you a heads up there. Approaching Medora, okay? Nothing, again, this has a wall cloud. It's had at different points in its life cycle, it's had a wall cloud with it. So not a surprise to see this. And as we've been mentioning for the last little bit, it is now merging with another cell. So we'll see what type of shape and how this all works. But Medora and Brownstown, keep very close tabs on this and don't be shocked at all if the rotation continues, if we were to get a tornado warning with it. Okay, so we get the tornado watch that continues until 11 p.m. Now, I will tell you the tornado producing potential remains well south of I-70 in Indiana, well south. It's probably going to take another 2 or 3 hours before we get these cells approaching Indianapolis. Now, the longer we go after dark, the less chance these things are going to have to spin. So that is a little good news, but I tell you, we're going to see additional thunderstorms. This thing's going to gradually migrate. This broken axis of storms is gradually going to migrate to the north here. So just hang tight in the metro. We'll be on top of it for you, but we're watching this thing now. Nasty hail core with it. Going to be cutting through Highway 50 there, and we're going to get this. Cell merger. Hang tight here, around 10 p.m.
Yeah, I was trying to pop on Facebook Live to see if we were streaming on Facebook, just to see if anyone had any.
Oh yeah, if you got any questions,
for
let us know. Sure. I'm trying to monitor our stream here too.
But I don't see us on Facebook Live, so.
Okay.
I could be looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah. All right. So there's the let me circle the. Oh, sorry, my bad.
You're all right.
Let me circle the rotation here. All right. So just south of Highway 50, moving east at about 25 miles per hour there. So approaching the town of Medora, we've got. This is moving east, so going to be moving right across 235. It'll hook up with 135 there near the Trinity Lutheran Church and the Stockwish Farm Round Barn. Okay, so moving that way. That's the rotation with this. Not enough right now to prompt a tornado warning, but that's not to say that something couldn't happen quickly here. But in terms of the hail core, that's going to be just to the north of the rotation. That black shade you see there on the radar, getting a little closer, there's Leesville Road. That hail core is going to go right into Pleasantville here momentarily. And I would say we're probably going to get quarters to at least quarters, or if not larger than that. Just to the, there's Wheatleville, let me zoom in there, yeah. So that's the hail core, and we're getting this merger.
Okay.
So nasty little storm that's over in Jackson County. Actually nasty storms that are in Jackson, and there's a one behind it that's just to the west of Bedford as well. In terms of rotation, there you go. Red and green right next to each other, going to be moving over Medora.
Yeah, and So Medora heads up on the rotation part of this storm, and then just north of there is where we have the hail core. Big thank you to Sarah from the Bedford area. She sent the desk a couple of really interesting cloud pictures, so we'll see if we can get those turned around. Right now, concerned with the storms as they have moved out of Lawrence County and now impacting Brownstown, Seymour, and Medora. Tightening of that rotation, as we saw with Sean, and the velocities at this point. So again, easy for us to say and easy for us to show to you, red and green close together, and that indicates the potential of that storm. So quick shout out to Sarah if you're watching. She sent us a couple pictures of the backside of that storm that moved through Bedford. That storm is now in the western sections of Jackson County. The hail threat, Medora, is just to your north. However, the wind damage and rotation threat with this cell is right over Medora. We've got hail core crossing Highway 50 just north of Medora, and on this path, rotation would perhaps impact Brownstown, with the hail core impacting Seymour. So moving east northeast, and these cells still look to kind of come together, and sometimes when that happens, we get a strengthening. So something that we'll keep an eye on. And ooh, another big one. Big storm just south of Crothersville. So this one is in between Crothersville and Austin. Here's Interstate 65. There's Highway 31. This storm may have a little bit of rotation as well. Get that bright purple, sometimes the black core showing up, and that hail potential as well. This is lifting north, so heads up Crothersville if you're in this area. Really all of Jackson County getting hit hard with 3 individual supercells at this point, and expecting this to kind of come together. And it's one thing that we'll watch, not only watching Jackson County, but Columbus, Bartholomew County. How does this come together? How does it hold together? Does it track more north and east, say into the southeastern sections of the state? That would be Ripley County, into Franklin County. Or do we see a more northeasterly track that would clip southern Bartholomew County? So Columbus, Hope, Greensburg, we want you to stick with us. You're not in the watch area. But we continue to watch these 3 supercells that are impacting Jackson County, and how they kind of come together over the next half hour or so. Additional storms south of Bloomington. We've got another one. This one is north of Bedford. Another one impacting Lagodi. And let's actually put this into motion just so we can see how these are moving, because we've seen them basically move east-northeast with some due north movement with some of the new ones. And these are moving more, still kind of on that north-northeasterly track, especially that one west of Bedford. So we'll keep an eye on southern Monroe County, specifically Lake Monroe area, for if this one intensifies, holds together, it's going to come out of Lawrence County and head into southeastern Monroe County, just based on that movement from kind of south to slightly north-northeast. So it's just fascinating, actually, movement with these supercells. And Sean pointed out that one thing that's missing, and thankfully happy it's missing, is an increase in that low-level jet, which also explains why these are moving so slow. If you've been with us during severe weather coverage during the month of April and March, we've had a very busy spring, and a lot of those cells were moving 50, 60 miles per hour. These are individual storms, not necessarily part of a linear setup, but these individual supercells, and they're moving very slowly east-northeast to between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So for us, we're just going to have to watch them carefully. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Jackson County until 8:30. We expect some merger of these storms. So heads up Brownstown, heads up Seymour, heads up Jonesville, and we'll kind of on the periphery keep an eye on Columbus, Hope, and Greensburg. Once these come together, we're going to have a better idea on the path that this combined storm cell will take as we head into and head through the 8 o'clock hour. This is by far the strongest complex of these supercells right over Jackson County. We've got another one, northern Lawrence. Lake Monroe will keep an eye on that one to maybe impact Lake Monroe area, southern Brown County, and there are a few additional storms developing across the central and south central sections of Illinois. This is what we've got so far on radar. We do anticipate this severe threat to continue for us the next several hours, and a weather impact alert day for tomorrow for additional storms tomorrow afternoon and evening. So our busy spring continues as we begin the month of May. Let's head back into Jackson County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8:30 this evening. So we are south of Columbus. There's Interstate 65, another really intense storm north of Lagodi. So this is the area that we're watching right now. There is the cell coming out of Crothersville. This is lifting kind of northeast. If this one stays away from the two supercells west, we may have to include Lovett and North Vernon if this one takes more a northeasterly track. Hail potential, damaging wind potential, and you can see the cells that are lining up right over Medora at this point and headed into Brownstown and Seymour. Severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado watch. Tornado watch until 11, severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. This has a history of hail. Hail core not quite as evident currently, but you can see the history of that. Golf ball size hail at times, inch and a half. One report of 2-inch diameter hail that came out of the Lagodi area. And then the damaging wind threat. So let's track that as well. And that one just south of Crothersville did have some wind spikes with it. And so we'll have to keep an eye on that one for perhaps if it holds together and tracks more north, it would have an impact on North Vernon. But you can see the swath of wind potential damage from Bedford through Mitchell, so really through the heart of Lawrence County. This is the current shear detector and still picking up on that damage threat. We expected this right over Medora with the hail core just north and crossing Highway 50. Here's Highway 50. And then we've got another spike in near Austin, between Austin and Crothersville. So think 31 and Interstate 65 south of Columbus. Radar fairly active into the southern part of our area. That's it. We will wait and see how these storms hold together. And Sean has been keeping an eye on the rotation and still some signs of that near Medora. This is Highway 50. So in addition to the hail threat, Brownstown, as our severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8:30, Brownstown and then down the road Seymour, large hail and a damaging wind threat as well. Let's come out because I'm curious if we've got any. They did go severe thunderstorm warning on that storm that was intensifying north of Lagodi. So let's put the radar back on because that one looked fairly intense. So this is 231 into the Lagodi area, that storm just north of Lagodi, and that would be one for us to watch perhaps down the road. Southeastern Greene County, maybe southern Monroe County, if it holds together and if it continues to move northeast. Let's put the motion on now that we've got some intensification and a new warning on that one. So this one is moving northeast. So just stick with us. Greene County, southern Monroe County, although the one Bloomington south of you that's getting ready to impact Lake Monroe doesn't look quite as intense as it did. But boy, we've got a couple still big storms across the southern part of our viewing area, including Lagodi, Brownstown, Seymour, another one just north of Bedford. And now I've got a bigger view. Let's show you the movement of these storms. So we take this out, it's just 15 minutes, and you can see the general direction from southwest to east, northeast. Hardest hit right now is really Jackson County with several supercells kind of coming together. This is Interstate 65. There's Columbus and Bartholomew County. And again, Columbus, Greensburg, for now, no immediate threat, but want you to be aware that if these hold together and don't weaken and continue northeast, we're talking about impacting southern Bartholomew County into the southern sections of Decatur County. So something we'll be keeping an eye on down the road. But the movement of these storms for now very slowly off to the east-northeast for the most part. That one in Jackson County has basically been moving west to east, but finally starting to see a little lift northeast. So heads up Seymour, you've got a few minutes before the worst of those storms are moving in. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Jackson County until 8:30, and that one for Lagodi, technically out of our area, but just in case we have anybody on the stream, that severe thunderstorm warning for Lagodi is going to be for parts of Martin and Davies County until 9 o'clock, Sean.
All righty. Yeah, I'm just popping up some of our NDOT cameras here as we monitor this cell merger in Jackson County. Now, whether or not that's going to break this bad boy apart or if it is going to intensify it, we'll have to wait and see. Hail core in progress, and the rotation has weakened a little bit, not as strong as it was over Medora. This cell near Austin actually starting to pick up a little bit in terms of rotation. So let me show you some of our tower or NDOT cameras here. This first one, this is south of Seymour, all right? And then I want to show you one from near Seymour as we're looking off in the distance here. So that storm is approaching. Mentioned we've got the cell merger that's in progress here. It's getting a little raggedy, which is fine by me. As these storms merge together, we'll wait and see how this affects the structure of the long track supercell that's been going for nearly, what we at, 2 hours now. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for parts of Jennings County. Does not include North Vernon, but it's that storm that we were just talking about. So this supercell there, that goes until 9 p.m. This is on the southern storm, not necessarily the one that's over or in Jackson County, but Crothersville and just north of Austin, lifting to the northeast, and that warning goes until 9 o'clock here. So the action for the most part staying well to the south for now. Let's expand the radar here. So if you're watching this in Columbus, these things are moving east. Bloomington, we've got a cell that's approaching Lake Monroe. It does not have lightning with it. We'll see if that changes. And there's the other severe thunderstorm warning that's north of Lagodi now. This is cell number 2 for, well, actually this is probably cell number 3 for Davies and Martins County. This has been the focal point much of the late afternoon and evening here. Let's take off the lightning data. Let's get into the rotation or lack thereof. Not seeing much. I'm going to take it back a little bit here on the cell that has been spinning a little bit, and then that's kind of lost some of its inflow, looks like to me. So that's a good sign there on that storm, that long-lived cell. And then let's put our shear rate product on. Nothing crazy right now. We haven't had any wind reports, by the way.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, we've had rotation. We know that. We've had some wall clouds. We have not had any wind reports. There's not a ton of strong wind. There's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. It's because of that warm front. A lot of spin around it. Cloud bases are low, so it won't take much. But thankfully, we haven't had a lot of wind. Unfortunately, because of that, these things haven't been sheared apart, so they're going vertical, and they're getting big hail cores with them. That's been the issue. That has been the issue. Let me turn on the storm reports. You can see that swath of hail. That's a lot of that. A lot of those are golf balls, and quarters and half dollars. So probably another good idea. Let's do that radar lapse one more time, just to give you. This is a 1 hour lapse, by the way. So these are spaced out. They are very far south. I mean, what do we got here? 20 after 8?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I would argue we're probably at least 2 to 2.5 hours before this gets to the metro area. Now, when it gets here, it does not mean that they're still going to have rotation potential. I do believe we're still going to have some thunderstorms tonight. They may be scattered in nature. Doesn't mean everybody gets one tonight. I know some folks are going to be saying, "What the heck was this weather impact alert day?"
Sure.
But we cover a lot of ground here. We go from state line to state line. We got over 40 counties, I believe, in our viewing area. So we cover a lot of area. We try to zone in. We try to show this was for essentially I-74 and south. But this is what's going on. It's a little bit of a waiting game. But right now, this is the focal point. The far southern periphery of our viewing area has been impacted by these storms thus far. Gradually going to work into Monroe County, Brown County, and some of these are going to start to sneak into Bartholomew County as well. So people have asked about the tornado watch. Can it be expanded east? Can it be expanded northeast? And the answer to that is yes. Yeah, they can add some counties to this, and they may have to if these things are still showing signs of rotation as they get outside of the watch box area. We always say you don't have to be in a watch. You just have to be in an area where the conditions are favorable. So you can see how many, these are thunderstorm warnings that are outside of the tornado watch box area. So, but there's your cell merger that we talked about. Let's see what the lightning looks like. Yeah, we've got big concentration of lightning there. But not, and thankfully, not seeing a lot of tight rotation right now. So that's a little bit of good news, I guess.
Yeah, a little broad rotation there, Millport, so that's south of Brownstown, and then a little bit east of Crothersville and Austin, kind of with that individual storm. So let's get you back to live Doppler 13 radar. We'll do kind of a reset and show you that a good part of central Indiana enjoying a really nice, comfortable Wednesday evening. It's south that we have a warm front, and along and south of that boundary, moisture increasing, dew point temperatures climbing. We've got enough spin in the atmosphere that we have the potential of rotation within these thunderstorms.
Hey, Ange, I hate to interrupt, just saw this in the chat room. The tornado sirens have been sounded in Jackson County.
Okay.
I guess law enforcement is watching rotation in Bologna. That was from about roughly 6 minutes ago, and that would be in the broad rotation area. I'll show you on the radar here. Yeah, so it's very, very broad, nothing tight. It's actually moving across 50, heading into Brownstown, but nothing terribly tight on radar. I'm going to put the shear rate product on here. So there's Bologna right there. All right, there's the windy East Fork White River. And then you can see Brownstown there. So you may see some low hanging clouds for sure. That would not surprise me at all as this thing moves into Brownstown. Crossing 50 and near the west side of Brownstown right now, based on radar.
Excellent.
Yes, want to pass that along.
Yes, and so if you're tuning into WTHR Plus, you've heard those sirens sound across parts of Jackson County. Just know that we continue to watch a couple of broad areas of rotation. One near Valonia that Sean pointed out, headed into Brownstown, and the other broad area that's near the Millport area that is just to the southwest of Brownstown. While we're on this product, this one, again, broad in terms of rotation, and it is now east of Interstate 65, east of Highway 31, east of Crothersville and Austin. The cell merger that we've been talking about the last several minutes has occurred, and that could be one of the reasons we've seen perhaps some additional spin with these storms. They're now approaching Brownstown. Medora, you're pretty much in the clear, at least from the storms that are east of you. Seymour, Brownstown, heads up. These are moving in now. Crothersville, this one does look like we've got this little hook that's east of Interstate 65. That's in the severe thunderstorm warning for the southern sections of Jennings County. So think just southwest of North Vernon and near Lovett. So in this area, know that this storm still looks really intense, and it is separate from the merger of the two storms in western Jackson County. And in the environment, these storms that are alone have a bigger potential to produce the large hail and a bigger potential to rotate. And we're starting to see that here with the storm that has just moved east of Interstate 65. Lovett heads up. North Vernon, keep an eye on this one as well. That's one of the stronger storms at this point. Hail core with that one on the north side of the rotation, not picking up much in the way of the hail cores with that cell merger, those two storms that came together in western Jackson County. But just know that it does have a history of hail, of large hail. And the one east of Crothersville and Austin that is pushed east of Interstate 65, still showing that potential of some large hail as well. Hail is one of my favorites to talk about to kids at school. Sean said that these storms, these individual cells are all alone and have these big updrafts that cause them to grow really tall up in the sky. And obviously it's colder up there. Those little raindrops get cold, they freeze over, they get heavy, they fall down to the bottom of the cloud, they perhaps melt, get a little bigger, and those little hailstones can go up and down several times within that thunderstorm cloud before they get heavy enough to outweigh the updraft. Are you concerned with Crothersville?
Now there's getting a little tightening of rotation here just south. It's actually approaching the southern portion of Lake Monroe. It's coming through Guthrie. Not far from the spillway there on the lake. Let me show you this. This is radar here. A little bit of a tightening of the rotation, and then I want to show you the shear rate product.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let me turn off the watch box here. So this just happened within the last. This was pretty quick. So there's the lake. Here's the spill. There's the spillway. There's Guthrie. And Salt Creek State Rec area there, that little nose there. So this is moving up State Road 37. This is not warned at this point in time, but just it definitely grabbed my attention. And we'll see. Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully it's just one scan, but we'll keep an eye on it. There's a little rotation with this cell that's moving. Part of it is already over the southwestern portion of the lake, but we'll see how this plays out. I'll keep tabs on it for you. Just wanted to get that out there. Sorry.
Excellent. No. Appreciate the heads up. And we had been obviously keeping Monroe County and Lake Monroe. We had mentioned you with those storms that kind of.
And it's gone, by the way. It's gone.
It's gone. Okay.
Couple scans and gone.
Okay. Gone is good at
this
point.
Yes, we like that.
But we had mentioned you, Lake Monroe, that we were watching that new development northwest and west of Bedford. And so good news that it has fallen apart. But you've got another one, Monroe County, that we'll keep an eye on. This one northeast of Lagodi now. And if it continues east-northeast on that same path and doesn't weaken, Monroe County, the southern part, could get another supercell moving in. There are the storms that we're keeping an eye on. This severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County set to expire at 8:30. We've got one for Jennings County until 9 p.m. These supercells very intense at this point and continue to move across the southern part of our area. Here's Seymour, here's Brownstown. The one east of Crothersville honestly looks the strongest, and it's alone, whereas the two cells that came together, they're still strong. Still potential for hail, still potential for wind damage, although Sean mentioned we haven't had any wind damage reports. This one, because it's all alone and it's in its own environment, really continues to strengthen. If this one has rotation with it, it is east of Crothersville and Interstate 65 and headed into Lovett and perhaps north of Vernon, although as these have developed and strengthened, sometimes they move more due east, slightly northeast than on that direct northeasterly path. But severe thunderstorm warning for Jennings County until 9 o'clock this evening. So here's how it looks. Terre Haute, we'll have to watch what's developing across the state line into the south central sections of Illinois. There have been a couple of tornado warned cells, and for us locally, we've got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings south of Bloomington, this one coming just north of Lagodi, and then the thunderstorms from Seymour to just southwest of North Vernon. I've got another one near Madison. So think south of Indianapolis, south of I-70 at this point, and we will wait and see if we collectively get these storms to come together and form a line that would eventually lift north along the boundary that's helping to produce these severe storms at this point. But we do have severe storms, one north of Lagodi, so southern Monroe County will keep an eye on that one for you. And then here are the cells that we're tracking: big hail core, possibility of rotation with that one near Crothersville. There's the hail. Yes, you can see that. So heads up Jennings County. Lovett, North Vernon. We've got to watch that one closely for you. Also seeing some rotation. It's broad, but when we start to see the brighter colors show up, that's a little concerning, makes us pay a little extra attention to this, and that is just southwest of Lovett as well. So rotation and then the hail core on the north side of that. So that's one of the more intense storms. It's broad rotation, and you can see the difference from the brightening east of Crothersville to the broad rotation near Brownstown and east of Medora, not nearly as intense. So we'll watch that one that is now east of Crothersville at this point. And it is still picking up that little wind spike there. And then Sean said the one that he was watching, southern Monroe County, has fallen apart and not seeing that as that storm gets close to Lake Monroe right now. Strongest storms by far moving across parts of Jackson and Jennings counties. So if you're with us on the stream here, we've been tracking these for about 2 hours now, and slow movers, potential for hail, those have been most of the reports. In fact, all of the reports. Haven't had any wind damage reports come in. Wall clouds, yes. So what folks are seeing is the rotation up within the cloud, not necessarily coming down to the ground. No funnels reported at this point, right? No wind damage, no tornadoes, but lots and lots of hail reports. So just a caution for southern Jennings County and the rest of Jackson County. These storms do have a history of a large hail. This one was set to expire. It'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service yep, they did. So they've gone until 9:15. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Jackson County until 9:15. So Brownstown and Seymour, National Weather Service is going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning for you. And then Jennings County, an intense storm just to the southwest of Lovett. Let's show you the motion of these. So let's slide this just a little bit to the east. And then we will put this into motion over the last, let's do 15 minutes. I'm basically minute by minute scan. And you can see, okay, so that one crossed Interstate 65 and Highway 31 about 15 minutes ago. It's moving east, northeast, and headed right into Lovett. Yep. North Vernon, the heaviest of that cell may stay just to your south, but Lovett in the central sections and southern sections of Jennings County, severe thunderstorm warning. You've got a couple of minutes before the intense part of this storm moves in. So we're approaching sunset now, so if you've been out enjoying the warm weather this afternoon and this evening, tonight, sun is setting. This storm is moving in. Make sure the cars are in the garage. Make sure the kids' toys are in from the bad weather that's coming in at this point. And this one is moving northeast toward Lovett. Looks like it will stay just to your south, North Vernon. Rest of Jackson County to the west now really getting hit hard with those storms. Those two cells that came together. And so from Brownstown, and we'll go even a little closer. So here we are, Valonia. We mentioned you and Millport for broad rotation. No reports coming in, but now we've started to see that cell disorganize a little bit, not quite as intense. Brownstown, you've got potential of some hail with this one. And Seymour, heads up, what you see just to your west is moving in. I'll do a track on this one. These have been moving east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll do the leading edge of this. Take it down and out, moving east-northeast at about 25 or so. So that puts it into Seymour. We're at 8:34. Puts it into Seymour in the next 10 to 15 minutes if it would hold together just before 9:30 North Vernon. So really targeting the far southern sections of our viewing area, south of Columbus, south of Bloomington for now, but we do have a storm right over Lake Monroe right now. This one, let's put the lightning back on. Sometimes when we have the lightning on, it just makes it difficult to analyze the storm. This one is weakened, so some good news here, actually not picking up on any lightning right now, but does have a history of some lightning, and it right now is over Lake Monroe. Let's come out a bit. Bloomington and southwestern Monroe County. We'll watch this one north of Lagodi. That one, okay, so Bedford, it looks like that's going to stay northwest of you. So we'll see how well this one holds together. If this one is any indication, they are weakening just a bit as they move a little more away from the warm front. The warm front's still across the southern part of the state, correct? Mm-hmm. So as these cells move away from that favorable rotation area or the warm front where we've had the large hail, they are weakening a little bit. So if this one takes the same path and heads into southwestern Monroe County, perhaps we see some weakening, but boy, an intense one just to the northeast of Lagodi at this point with a tremendous amount
that's
of
starting to hook a little bit too.
Yes, it is.
Hang tight, I'm gonna change.
And that's just southeast of Crane.
Yeah.
And north of Lagodi.
Let's see. Burns City, about 5 minutes ago, quarter-sized hail with that storm. I'm keeping an eye on a camera in Seymour. They've had a little bit of a wall cloud. Yeah, it's interesting. It's been, it's very slow north progress. And I just tweeted out, we're probably 90 to 120 minutes away.
Okay.
Here in the metro. I'm going to arrive a little bit sooner, obviously a little bit farther south. We've got cells now that are in Bloomington. They're spaced. But, let me find my dew point map here, and kind of give you a gauge of where. Yeah, hang tight here. Give you a gauge of where, so that you can see that. So there you go. So, and you're looking for a south wind. We got more of a almost an east wind there in Bedford and in Washington. So these things are what they're doing. They're developing along that boundary, riding that boundary, and then eventually kind of drifting away from that front. Not a ton of upper level wind with this. So these things, again, as we've been trying to stress, are going vertical and drifting along that front. You can see way up north, look at that, Rensselaer, Fort Wayne.
Ooh, that is comfortable air.
Comfortable air, comfortable air. And then as we work south, I'm assuming those 50s in Evansville and Fort Knox are probably rain cooled. Otherwise, it's jungle down there. And so, yeah, this is what we're monitoring. All right, this is all the action. There's the front. There's the front that we're talking about. There's that little narrow tornado watch. So I give the Storm Prediction Center credit on this because you don't want to over watch box someone. So they're trying to find that focal point. Now, north of that watch box area, we'll have to kind of wait and see how things progress. I will say the farther north, the farther late in time you go, less chance of tornadoes. So I think this thing in terms of tornado potential is peaking or is in the zone that we're seeing right now. Let's get back to a little closer inspection of radar. And in terms of spin on the radar, nothing is like, hey, watch out, heads up. The rotation has been pretty broad in nature in Jackson County, so that's good. The hail cores are probably going to be the bigger story, and there's a couple of different ones. There's one that's south of Brownstown, and then the one that Angela was showing you there now northeast of Austin. Other than that, we're in pretty decent shape. We got this narrow area there, Ange. So we'll see how this progresses. Still got to, still think we'll get some storms around the metro area. But I think the tornado potential by the time they get here is going to be even lower than it was. And keep in mind, this wasn't like we didn't expect a tornado outbreak, but we have to let you know of the atmosphere's potential. We did not want these tornado warnings to come out of the blue for you. I thought we'd have some tornado warnings or warnings in general, and so far that has played out.
Yes, I watched you at noon and saw the upgrade to the weather impact alert, saw the upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center from a level 1 to a level 2. Tornado threat we knew was low, but it's not zero. So that's the reason the environment favorable Storm Prediction Center went tornado watch. Most of the storms so far have been big hail producers. We highlight the area for severe weather the rest of today and highlight the severe weather for tomorrow. Again, at a level 2 for a good part of central Indiana. Environment will be a little different tomorrow, but still be aware that if you've got some outdoor activities, afternoon and evening hours, these storms have the potential to disrupt those outdoor activities. Lightning is always a danger, and then we'll wait and see what kind of environment we get with daytime heating tomorrow. How far north does that mugginess come and the moisture come to support the storm development tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening? We get updates just about every hour on high resolution data. And this is Future Track 13, our high resolution model, tonight at 9 o'clock. So basically now, doing a pretty good job showing us where we have the storms. And if you've been with our coverage the last couple of hours, we have them from Bedford to Seymour, Brownstown, approaching North Vernon. So not exact, but in the general area. And then if we play this between 9 and 11, we start to see that lift north. So make sure you stick with us. We do expect as these move farther away from the boundary, losing some of that hail threat, losing some of that threat of rotation, but still rain, rumbles of thunder possible overnight, and then a quick move north by 2 a.m. Again, we'll wait and see if actually this does happen. How quickly do we see that line come together and move north? But this is something Chuck and Matt will be tracking overnight and into the early part of our Thursday. If you need some dry time, you're going to get a little bit early in the day. Do I think for the morning drive there are some spotty showers and rumbles of thunder? Yes. Do I think there will also be some dry hours tomorrow? Yes, and that will be in advance of some additional showers and storms developing tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Here are the storms that we're tracking. A little bit of good news with the one this is the one we were monitoring coming out of Lagodi, and we're concerned with northwestern Lawrence County and southern Monroe County. Still intense, but not nearly as intense. However, the one that is now over Brownstown, we've seen some intensification here. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. Brownstown and Seymour for you until 9 o'clock. And we've got the other severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Jennings County. When we see this purple and then the black show up, really indicates to us that large hail is a possibility. And so let's check the hail core, and we are seeing that in and around the Brownstown area with that storm. And the other one that is just south of Lovett. So far, all of our storm reports are coming in as hail reports. Now, we have seen several reports of wall clouds, so spotters seeing the clouds rotate. Nothing that has produced damaging wind. That's some good news. Unfortunately, the hail with these, large, inch, inch and a half, 2 inches in diameter, and that's a real threat now just south of Brownstown and also just south of Lovett, as live Doppler 13 radar is picking up on those hail cores, and really some intensification with these storms. Still a little bit of a hook with this one. If it is rotating, that is south of Lovett and moving off to the east northeast, should stay south of you, North Vernon, this one. However, what you see southwest into Seymour and Brownstown, moving east northeast, may in fact impact the rest of Jennings County this evening. We are approaching 8:45 on a Wednesday night. These are the storms that we have. Little piece of good news here. The one that moved over Lake Monroe continues to weaken. The one Bloomington to your southwest also continues to weaken. Strengthening storms south of Brownstown, south of Lovett. So we're here in Seymour, Brownstown, and North Vernon, parts of Jackson and Jennings counties. For now, based on the movement, Columbus, it doesn't appear they reach you. They're moving more east northeast, and on that path would stay for the most part south of Columbus, unless we get some development to the north, which is entirely possible. But if it plays out like the cells we're seeing over Lake Monroe and now headed into Brown County, there would be some weakening. Same for you, Hope. Same for you, Greensburg. Really, our focus is Brownstown, Seymour, and North Vernon, so Jackson and Jennings counties at this point. I'm going to bring you out to an even larger view, because we're not the only ones dealing with severe weather. We will, Terre Haute, western Indiana, have to watch this storm closely. It has been tornado warned. Not sure if it's the exact same storm we've been watching across Illinois, but it is one that does have a tornado warning on it. Additional storms and that tornado threat to the south from Memphis all the way south to in between Dallas and Houston. This is where we had the greatest probability of tornadoes and severe weather today, but as we pointed out, it wasn't zero locally. And Storm Prediction Center highlighted central Indiana, south and west of Indianapolis. This tornado watch came out during the 5 o'clock hour, I believe. And in terms of storms producing tornadoes, we haven't seen that. Have they produced some rotation? Yes, we've had several reports of wall clouds. Have these produced some large hail? Definitely. Inch, inch and a half, 2 inches in diameter. And again, western Indiana will have to watch how this one holds together. This is crossing I-70 to the southwest of Terre Haute in the south central sections of Illinois. We will bring it back to our local area and our local radar.
Ooh.
What do you see?
Well, a little tightening of rotation here on that southern Jackson County storm.
Okay.
Yeah, a little tight to the south of Brownstown. It just kind of grabbed my attention there, sorry. And of all the cells, that one has the tightest rotation here. I think a couple of things to point out, and you've done it, and we've tried to do it here. We always stress too, each atmospheric setup is different. Some of our bigger ones, and look, April 2nd is on the, top 10 list of tornado outbreaks in Indiana's recorded history for a reason. So this is completely different than that. But yeah, that's the tightest. I think this is probably the tightest rotation we've had on all the cells here. And this is, let me put our shear rate product on as well. When we get a new scan in, there's Browntown. So a lot of what we're showing you in this particular cell in terms of the spin, that's out over rural area right now. An east movement has been the case with this particular cell. So Dudleytown, Uniontown, going to cross 31, cross 65 eventually. It's moving that direction. You can probably see, we've had multiple, basically the reports have been hail, torrential rain, lightning, and wall clouds. And I suspect we'll probably get one with that as well. That is, there's Tampico and Crothersville as it moves, and it's within a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's also within a tornado watch. So it's possible that the sirens could be sounding there, and that has been the case, by the way, in some of these situations. Let me get in a little closer. So there's a trucking company, the Shore Trucking Company. There's Dudleytown, so south of Dudleytown, and near Tampico. So that's a lot of open land.
Yes.
So if we get a quick spin up, hope it's out over the open field. But moving toward 31 and 65 there.
Okay.
Real slowly, by the way. These things have been slow movers all night long.
And that's part of the cell merger and part of the strengthening and an increase in that hail core that we were talking about. Again, southeast of Brownstown, south of Seymour, right now looks to stay the strongest part of these two storms coming together. Seymour looks to stay just to your south, and for now, south of North Vernon as well. So a couple of more populated areas, Seymour and North Vernon. For now, that storm, this is another one headed into Crothersville. We already had one, Crothersville. That one is now east of you, impacting Lovett just south of North Vernon. But you've got another one that will approach 31 and Interstate 65 with additional large hail possible and additional rotation possible. This is now just east of Brownstown, headed toward 31 and Interstate 65. Very intense storm, and Sean seeing the rotation just to the south of that large hail core that is easy to see here with radar when this dark purple or black show up. That's an indication to us of this storm producing large hail, and that these storms have had a history of that and continue to produce that, as we can highlight here with live Doppler 13 radar in between Brownstown and Crothersville. The hail core, Crothersville, stays just to your north, but if there's a damaging wind potential with it or rotation, that's going to be in play for Highway 31 and Interstate 65 near the Crothersville area. And
I want to try to get an NDOT camera down there.
Okay,
that
perfect.
Storm's coming right, should be coming right into that camera.
Okay.
So hang with me. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll show you this. So this is I-65 just south of Crothersville, and then I'm going to have one that is going to be near Uniontown, and so both of those are going to intersect this thing as it moves toward I-65, Ange.
Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning on that cell until 9:15, and it's the second one to move across the eastern sections of Jackson County into Jennings County. Remember, we had 3 supercells look like they were all going to come together. One moved east of Crothersville, and that's now impacting Lovett. We had 2 come together right over Brownstown and Medora. That's now moving east with the southern part of that cell, the strongest part of that storm, with the large hail potential and still the rotation potential. Really fascinating that we haven't had any wind damage reports with these storms. They have been big hail producers, and so far that's been the storm reports coming out of these cells as they've been moving east, slightly northeast. But Sean, again, pointing out the majority of the strong parts of these storms, the severe part, has been moving more due east than anything else. Basically, what we've expected in terms of storm development. Thought we might get a few more a little farther north as we approach 9 p.m. So we'll just wait and see how these hold together. For now, impacting areas south and east of Indianapolis, and still watching one tornado-warned cell out along I-70. That's in the eastern sections and central sections of Illinois. That's been a fairly consistent tornado-warned storm, and so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Looks like did they expand the tornado watch, or did I just see something? Yes, they did. So they've added a couple of counties to the tornado watch. Decatur now in it, Bartholomew now in it, and Jennings now in it. So they added 3 counties basically because of this cluster of supercells. So Storm Prediction Center, Sean said it, doing a really good job kind of highlighting where the intensity of these storms was expected to be, and because of what we're seeing in Seymour, south of North Vernon, and the movement east, slightly northeast, they went ahead and added Bartholomew County, Decatur County, and Jennings County to the tornado watch. I assume the time frame is the same, but let's not assume anything.
Until 11?
Until 11, okay. And it's because of what you see on radar near Seymour, south of North Vernon, these storms in an environment that they could spin, definitely producing hail, but still could spin. So we've got 3 new counties under the tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Let's head back to the west. Still in a decent storm, still showing potential of hail core. This is going to move across northwestern Lawrence County, so just to the northwest of Bedford, and take that same path east-northeast, impact Guthrie, impact Lake Monroe, and then if it follows the same path, it falls apart. Not strong at this point, but the leftovers from the first cell that moved through Guthrie and Lake Monroe is now over Nashville, and honestly not impressive at all. A little bit of rain, no lightning with it. So it is interesting. These are coming just so far north before they get away from the spin, get away from the boundary that's helping these grow really high in the sky and produce those large hail stones, that then they fall apart. Fingers crossed that's a trend that continues, especially as we lose daylight. Couple of intense, severe storms now into southeastern Jackson County, south of Seymour, and that one right over Lovett. But North Vernon, that one is south of you. If this one follows the same path, more east than northeast, North Vernon, it's going to stay south of you. Seymour, you've got the heavy rain, you've got some lightning, perhaps some smaller hailstones. The hail core with this one has decreased a bit, and it is for now south of Seymour, in between Seymour and Crothersville, and that will cross Interstate 65 in between those 2 cities. And the one near Lovett, not showing any significant signs of hail at this point. Still showing a little bit of shear. Yes, the hail swaths are more impressive, showing the history of that hail potential from these individual supercell storms that we continue to track. We'll check the velocities, still showing Broad rotation with this one, southeast of Brownstown, moving just north of Crothersville. This will cross 31 at Interstate 65, near or just north of the Crothersville area. Aside from that, let's come out a little bit. No signs of rotation with that one. I'd have to switch radars to see what's happening in Effingham. Anything come out of the Effingham area with that tornado warn cell?
Give me a moment.
I'll give you a moment to check that.
Efforting.
Okay, perfect. Let's turn the radar back on. We'll get to Sean back in just a second. Severe thunderstorm warnings. This one for southern Jennings set to expire here in a couple of minutes. We go until 9:15. Wouldn't be surprised if this one continues to look like it looks, coming out of Jackson County back into Jennings County. If we see some extension of this warning, right now it's until 9:15 for the eastern half of Jackson County. Severe thunderstorm warning in a tornado watch. Sometimes the sirens will sound. We've had several reports of wall clouds, so spotters actually seeing the rotation up in the sky. What we haven't had reports of any wind damage, any reports of tornadoes. Good news. Unfortunately, these have been big hail producers, and that's been the main threat so far. In between Bloomington and Bedford, we'll still watch this one into the northwestern sections of Lawrence County, and we've got a couple of cells moving through Seymour to just south of North Vernon. Tornado warn cell in Illinois, the one near Effingham. Any reports coming out of Illinois?
So yeah, I was just checking on that. They did have some damage reported in Fayette County,
okay.
Illinois, with this particular supercell. Tornado warning continues there for Effingham. So
Obviously,
it's a ways away from us.
Based on how slow they're moving, yes.
And that's, and yeah, again, and that's been the key here. These have been very, very slow moving. Now the axis itself, it's just been kind of a gradual progress, but the individual cells themselves have been very slow moving. Been checking on our NDOT cameras as well, as we're getting close to intercepting this storm, severe thunderstorm warning. It's had some rotation, and it is about to cross I-65 here. Southern Jackson County, mentioned the rotation with it. And thus far, all of the cells today, we've had some wall clouds, so some lowering. This has been almost more of a nuisance type of setup for us in a good way. We have to really monitor the radar here. We know there's spin. Thankfully, these things are not getting to the ground. A lot of mid-level rotation, low-level stuff. Let me show you our cameras here, the NDOT cameras. This is in Uniontown. We've seen a lot of lightning flashes with it as the storm approaches. And then we've got one that's south of that, a little closer to Crothersville. Of course, you can see we're losing daylight. And then after that, you know, it takes this heat, because we don't have the low-level jet, so it takes the heat in the atmosphere, the energy. So after that, and the fact that we don't have a low-level wind field tonight, I think what we're eventually going to get out of this around the metro area, we're going to have some loud thunderstorms, probably going to have some decent downpours in places, maybe get some hail, but it appears to me the rotation with this will start to weaken after sunset, maybe a couple hours after sunset.
Okay, that is a little bit of good news as we approach 9 o'clock on a Wednesday evening. This is the latest run with Future Track 13. Again, not exact in terms of placement of the storms, but close. Remember, we're tracking one in Effingham, Illinois, along I-70, so there's that cluster. We've got a few near Seymour over toward North Vernon, so close, not exact. And how this holds together, lifting north, when you join us at 11 on Channel 13, I expect to be tracking at least a handful of storms, hopefully in a weakening state, as we'll be removed about 2 hours or so from daylight after sunset. and then a quick lift to the north, provided we eventually see that lift north with these storms, but that's 2 o'clock on Thursday morning. If you've got some outdoor things to take care of the next couple of days, we're going to have to work around rain and storm chances and the severe threat, especially tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Best advice for outdoor activities, check radar first and then during, especially during the afternoon and evening when we have that severe threat. But I also think you get some dry hours early in the day tomorrow. There could be a few spotty showers around for the morning drive, a few rumbles of thunder, and then additional storms expected tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. This is 8 o'clock on Thursday, by the way, with Future Track 13. As we get more stable in the atmosphere, as we continue to lose daylight, we should continue to lose the intensity of these storms. But for now, a couple big storms south of Seymour and southeast of North Vernon. There are severe thunderstorm warnings on these storms, and it looks like we've got a new one. So we will highlight that. That is going to go until 10 o'clock, and not surprising. We talked about this. If this one did not lose its intensity, we would see an extension of the warning that was set to expire at 9:15 for the eastern sections of Jackson County, now extended through Jackson into Jennings counties until 10 o'clock tonight. So a couple of big storms in the southeastern part of our viewing area. Big hail producers, that's what they've been so far, and that continues to be a threat. Let's come out just a bit non-severe, but check out these individual storms. We've got a couple in western Lawrence County. Got one in Greene County. These will move east-northeast and may again impact the southern sections of Monroe County south of Bloomington. Let's turn the light, now I guess the lightning, we'll turn the lightning on. So a little bit of lightning with this one, southwest of Bloomington, a lot of lightning with the severe storms near Seymour and just south of North Vernon, but should continue to see some weakening as these move east-northeast. So a couple of additional cells developing south of Bloomington, and then we continue to eye that tornado warned cell in the basically east central sections of Illinois. So this is south of Champaign near Effingham, if you're familiar with I-70 as we cross the state line out of Indiana through Terre Haute and then west along 70. This should, it's sitting alone now and producing severe weather. It should, as it moves a little farther away from that boundary and we continue to lose daylight, fingers crossed that one continues to weaken. But that is the only tornado warned storm at this point. The others are severe thunderstorm warnings, and here's the reason why. Boy, a couple of intense storms in between Seymour and Crothersville. This is crossing Interstate 65, and then the other one is southeast of North Vernon in the southeastern sections of Jennings County. We continue to monitor the hail detector. That continues to be one of the big threats with these inch and a half, 2-inch diameter hail. And actually, while we're on this, let's put the storm reports on. Sean was highlighting these earlier, and the majority of these are hail reports, and you can see they go all the way back through this tornado watch area, and it was original storms that developed across parts of Davies and Martin counties that then moved into Bedford. This area near Lagodi, we had 2-inch hail reports, at least one of those coming in. The other's inch and a half in diameter, so we're talking golf ball size hail here. And then moved into Lawrence County, and really you can see the path of that with another big hail report coming out of the area just south of Seymour. So that so far are the damage reports coming into us, and obviously hail that large can be destructive, and we'll see if we get any additional reports. But for now, They have been wall cloud reports, so rotation up within the cloud or a lowering of that cloud, and then the hail reports. Strongest storm crossing Interstate 65 between Seymour and Crothersville at this point. It's going to follow a similar path off to the east, slightly northeast. Strongest part of the storm should stay just south of you, North Vernon, but wanted to make sure you have the heads up. Jennings County, Decatur County, Bartholomew County now added to the tornado watch until 11 o'clock this evening, and that new severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 o'clock. So just kind of interesting to see these individual storms develop ahead of a boundary, and we'll be watching just how far north these come overnight and then get you set for another weather impact alert day for tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of that boundary, I've been kind of looking at some off-air stuff here. And it's interesting to see these cells as they try to go north of that front. Boy, they fizzle out. So look at their dew point map. You can see the 60s, mid 60s, much more humid compared to Kokomo, Peru. And again, if you're north of 70, you don't have to worry about severe weather at all tonight. And really, it's these southern tier counties right now that are really at the risk level here for another couple of hours. But watch as these cells get to the north, get near Lake Monroe and points north. You can see them weaken as they get away from that boundary here. So now these things, with all that said, we still have this tornado watch. These cells that you're seeing here are going to rotate. It's the far southern ones and the ones by themselves that will have the greatest rotation potential. Just got a brand new update from the Storm Prediction Center, and rightfully so, kind of shaving off that level 2 risk, and has it where we're seeing those supercells now. Gets into the metro area, I would think 10:30, 11 o'clock. Downpours, rumbles of thunder, but we're going to be well after dark. We're not going to have crazy wind field to play with, and I think anything in terms of rotation is probably going to be very, very minimal, but we'll probably still have some cells that'll, pound the roof and wake some folks up. But I think it's just going to be that southern tier of counties, Angela, where we're seeing those supercells right now. But even down there, those things have had a real tough time going from, just anything more than a wall cloud, which is great. That
is good news. We'll take that on a Wednesday evening as we get ready to bring in the month of May tomorrow. Still have a couple of severe warned storms, and that's the area south of Seymour. This is south of North Vernon. Still severe thunderstorm warning until 10 p.m. But right now it looks like the strongest part of that storm, North Vernon, is going to stay just to your south. But large hail and still some rotation within the storm, a possibility. Basically Seymour, draw a line, Seymour, North Vernon, and points south. And the weakening continues as these cells come far enough north. And we've got a new one in between Bedford and Mitchell. Let's check lightning on this one. I'm interested to see if this one is strengthening at all, because this was a more favorable area for development. Atmosphere kind of worked over at this point. We had a couple of big storms come through Lawrence County where the atmosphere isn't quite as worked over. Guthrie, we've got one just to your west, and this is just southwest of Lake Monroe as well. And again, but if they follow the same path, we continue to see some weakening as these come a little farther away from the boundary itself. So some good news as we monitor storms on a Wednesday evening here on WTHR Plus, and a big thank you for joining us. A couple storms, Sullivan County, so heads up. We've got a few just across the state line. So here's Vigo County, here's Sullivan County, and then Knox County as you get into Vincennes. A storm in Robinson, so if you're in Sullivan, Vincennes, you might be familiar with that town just across the state line. So we'll watch how that one holds together. It may impact the southwestern part of the state, but still hoping that as we continue to lose daylight, we will continue to lose the potential of intensity with these storms. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for areas to the south and east of Columbus. Columbus, Greensburg, you were added to the tornado watch because of this cluster of storms. And honestly, at times, it looks like these want to come northeast, but then the strongest part of those cells move due east. So that will put this one, very intense storm crossing Interstate 65, that will put it into the just south of North Vernon area and really impacting the southeastern part of the state. So those are the two cells we're most concerned with at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Seymour, although really the roughest part of that storm, Seymour, is just south of you and continues to move off to the east, headed into portions of Jennings County. So these are a couple of cells that we continue to keep an eye on, in addition to a few storms just across the state line. That one's still tornado warned for along I-70. That would, again, if it would hold together, very slow mover. These are moving 20 miles an hour, 20, 25 miles per hour off to the east, northeast. So something we'll keep an eye on. But for now, the severe threat for the most part is south and east of Indianapolis. But this is something that we're going to continue to track during the overnight hours. Chuck and Matt will be in early tomorrow morning to get you through a Thursday morning drive. And then Sean and myself will get you through tomorrow afternoon. Additional severe storms possible on Thursday. And then we move into just kind of an unsettled pattern for the first big weekend of the month of May. It'd be easy if we could get this upper level system to move out of here. Looks a little slower at this point. So if you weren't with us this evening, we did adjust the 7-day to include a rainstorm chance in the afternoon, mainly with daytime heating. That daytime heating destabilizes the atmosphere, and we've got this cool pool of air with this upper level system. It's not going to impact everybody. However, it's also not going to be as warm as we originally thought. So thinking 60 to 65 for the weekend, and a possibility of some pop-ups. First big weekend of the month of May, we've got the mini on Saturday morning. Runners will have to endure temperatures in the 40s and 50s and perhaps some wind. That's something that we're going to fine tune based on the course. And if you're an avid runner and you've done the mini before, you know the route. And so we'll be sure to give you specific direction and intensity of those winds that may impact your running. And as far as volunteers and like our crew that will be not just standing around, but more in a one position, it's going to be several layers, maybe even a hat and gloves to start, just because the air is going to be cool. 40s to start mini marathon morning, 60 to 65. Good thing to keep in mind if you're headed to Rev, that we will have some cool air as well. So we've got a couple of storms left. Interesting, they did go severe thunderstorm warning. So instead of continuing the tornado warning, they've gone severe thunderstorm warning for that one that we were watching in the eastern sections of Illinois. And the storm here, still fairly intense, right over 31 and Interstate 65. This will head in between North Vernon and Lovett, so across the southern half of Jennings County. For now, staying south of you, Columbus, staying south of you, Greensburg. Once they get north, they're weakening. So that's a piece of good news, and it is something that we'll keep an eye on and hope for continued weakening over the next several hours. But tomorrow, another weather impact alert day because of the threat of severe storms.
Yeah. So you want to take a little break here?
I think that's
do the live stream. Give our crew a little break too. They probably have heard enough of us here this evening. Don't answer that question back in the control room. So we're going to leave up live Doppler 13 radar, digital desk. We'll leave it up. We will keep tabs on the cell. We'll wrap up at 11. And yeah, get you ready for tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with us here this evening. We'll pipe back on if we need to between now and 11 o'clock with Angela.